lost internet for a second, but we should be back. Oh, get your orders going, ladies and gentlemen. Let's make this happen. Let's get that Tier 1 done tonight. I've got the filler for the random number block and the case right in front of us, ready to go, ready when you are. I'm eager to break this Tier 1. I want to see what's inside.
So the Phillies blow it open on the Mets, who were in danger of dropping to 12-26 since late July. Mets team had started the night only 2 games up on San Francisco. The final and a wild card was the stadium with the Giants losing earlier. They're just picking up the game in San Diego.
So technically, we got to do 2 of these, plus move the 4 spots, or we can move 3 of these and move just 1 full spot. So we can move either way, whatever helps the break fill more quickly.
That's just part of it. Let's see how it comes out. It's one swing away.
All right, we got a lot of people browsing the website. We just need some people to grab some spots. Who wants to help us out? Been pretty quiet in the chat. Somewhat quiet orders-wise as well. We need someone to breathe some life back into these breaks. The full finest basketball spot, the division spot, the blaster box spot, and the mystery crate spots that Ryan got, that was already 30 minutes ago. So who wants to help him out? Help yourself out, help him out, help me out. Let's get some breaks going. Get your spots, get your teams, jaspyscasebreaks.com. And if someone, listen, there's a lot of things happening here. If someone grabs just one spot right there in the autograph football break, I can officially declare that last filler. All right, that division break. We got 4 of 6 left now. That could be a really fun break to do. It's only 5 boxes, but it's 5 boxes from a fresh 20-box case. $70 a spot gets you a whole division. 5 teams per division, so if you do the math, I think that breaks down to about 14 teams, $14 a team, which is not a bad price point at all, and this could be just a quick little thing that we can do today. So 4 of 6 left on that one. No fillers, no other hurdles or anything like that, and we rip open some Topps Chrome baseball. So give that a shot. I feel like that divisional should be something that we can fill up quickly and rip pretty quickly, and then we can pivot right back to focusing on some other breaks. I feel like as long as we see something happen visually, right? You know this. Anytime we fill a break, you know, viewership goes up, ticks up a little bit. People know a break is happening. So let's get something on the camera here. Let's get something going. And that division break, 5 boxes from a fresh case, just to let you know. How much to break a signed football? We'd have to move those 6 spots and that filler at $14 a spot. That's it. So I guess 70 times 6, 420 for those full spots, and then 29 times 14, another 400. Yeah, I was surprised to see that news today, Austin. That's not good. Hopefully the team won't be distracted by that. I like this MLB squeeze play they're doing here on ESPN. I dig that. Kind of like a red zone. Oh, red zone for baseball. Why does Chris Sale hate my fantasy team? I'll tell you what, ladies and gentlemen, I think that division would be a fun way to start the day. We did a filler box earlier, but we haven't done a main break yet. So it's 5 boxes of 2025 Topps Chrome Baseball, Mega Fanatics Exclusive Edition. Right, that's the Topps logo fractors, I think, are the exclusives in there. Right? But, and you get a division. $70 division, breaks down to $14 a team. That could be, and it's 5 boxes from a fresh case. So I think that would be a fun way to start the day with the main break. That's a fairly quick break. We can definitely get it in before my dinner break. That's right. Yeah, you don't want them cheating. All right, is Juan going to help us out? Yeah, with some basketball. Gets a full finest basketball spot. That would be a fun break to do. Ryan got the first full spot. Juan picks up the second full spot. So we're looking at 3 more full spots and 2 fillers, or 8 more full spots and just 1 filler. And that finest basketball filler, right? Those 10 spots, I rolled it over from last night. So we're only selling 20 of the 30 spots outright. 10 of you are going to get extra spots. So half the spots sold are going to get extra spots. And I can load up another blaster box. We'll run that back again, and we should be able to get that across the finish line. So basketball fans, help us out. Go to the basketball section, grab some full spots like Ryan and Juan, and help out with the filler. $25 could help you win a $100 spot. 1 full spot gets you 2 teams in a full case break of 24-25 Topps Finest Basketball. We ripped a case last night, and I thought it looked pretty good. This is the last case, by the way. I don't think we have any more. I'll double check, but I'm fairly certain we don't have any more. So if you want to piggyback off of their orders, Ryan and Juan's order, you know where to go. JaspysCaseBreaks.com. Basketball section linked in the chat. Yeah, so that I double checked. That is our last case of 24-25 Finest Breakers Light. So that could be, I mean, I would love to do that break. At this point, right, I know the new release is kind of what I'm focusing on, but obviously I'm happy to do any break that fills right now. So maybe we can get something going a little bit past that, that time period right there. All right, we got another order from Juan who picks up 2 in the filler for the basketball. All right, so we got hoops moving a little bit here too. Let's add that to our filler section here. So Revolution Blaster Box number 3. So that Revolution Blaster box, but I do 2 of those, 3 full spots, sells out Finest Basketball Breakers Delight Edition, full case. Now if those 3 full spots sell out, I could cancel that filler, add 5 more spots back in, and then the current filler would be the last filler. So we can pivot to whatever helps the break move a little bit more quickly. So all that information is in the break schedule if you want to go check that out, pinned in the chat. And I just dropped it into the chat as well. And of course, you know where to go to get your spots, get your teams, jaspyscasebreaks.com. And definitely want to do that Tier 1 baseball tonight. We've got a filler for the filler, ultimately sells it out. Now the random number block features 18 teams. So I know it's a big sticker price, right? But if you think about how there's 18 teams involved, I feel like that's really nice. All right, now if it's still too much, that's okay. It is a big sticker price. You can try to win your way in the filler for the random number block. So we're giving away random number block spots. So $40 could help you win an extra $40 spot, right? We're giving away 5 blaster box spots. And then you can try to win a $350 spot. If you're lucky enough, $40 could help you win $700 worth of spots if you win 2 of the 3. So that's a great return right there. Another easy break we can get going, 4 of 6 left in that divisional break. You know, maybe that's something I should highlight separately here. So this is pretty easy, right? No filler, no additional hurdle we have to jump through. We just need 4 people, get 1 spot each, and we do a 5-box break. And you get a whole division. So $70 division, that breaks down to about $14 a team.
second. Nobody out. 2-0 lead. Let's listen to
Yeah, remember that 7th inning last night? It's a crazy thing to witness. Yeah, I mean, yeah, like, obviously, you know, big innings have happened in our, you know, in games, but I like to actively be watching a game where that happened. That was crazy. Wow, what happened? It bounces and it goes under his chest protector. Oh no. Runners advance. That's kind of a weird rule, right? Okay, Matt Arnold. What does Matt want to do? Gets 2 spots in the mystery crate filler. And looks like we jacked that up to a 10 spot giveaway. All right, so that brings us down to 15 on that. So now we're only selling 22 of the 32 spots outright. Sorry. of the 32 spots outright, giving away 10 blaster box spots and a crate spot giveaway. That gets us even closer. What do we think? That's got to move the needle for somebody. All right, Alan Murdoch gets 4 in the mystery crate filler. And Justin picks up 5 in the mystery crate filler. And picks up 2 in under wraps autograph football. So guess what? Because of that, I can't take out any more spots for a filler. So now that becomes last filler, which should be music to people's ears. So now we just have 4 full spots left and last filler. There it is, last filler in the title. That's got to move the needle for some people. So you can see me update this area right here. We don't have to do that filler anymore. Now this is last filler. Love the sound of that. That always makes me happy. So there's a link in the chat. Last filler. We still need 4 people to get full spots, but if the 4 full spots sell out, I'll bet the last filler goes twice as fast. Or vice versa. If the filler sells out, those 4 spots are going to go twice as fast. That's what I'm thinking. So let me know what you think. Grab some spots. All right, there you go. Austin grabs a couple in the next mystery crate filler. We can definitely get that in before the dinner break. So that's on the move. That's down to 4. All right, there you go. Thanks, Austin. Austin grabs a spot in the filler for the Tier 1 random number block, which is a Topps Chrome baseball blaster box. He joins Ryan. That's obviously something I definitely want to get done today because it's a new release. Can't go through a new release day without doing a new release. So let's do it. There you go. And Justin's gonna close out this mystery crate blaster box. All right, so break 25 is done. Break 26 loading up. We got a lot to go, but I hope we keep chipping away at this. We're actually almost done with it. And you know what? I'll run back that 10 spot giveaway. So there's the next one loaded up. So if number 26 sells out and those 3 full spots are still sitting there, 2 full spots are still sitting there, you know, then we can do 27 and maybe even 28. Or if those full spots move, then we wouldn't have to do any more fillers. So the current one could be the last one if those 2 full spots move. Grizzlebees, what's going on? Good day to you. Good evening. Good evening. Hi everyone, Joe for JaspysCaseBreaks.com coming at you with a 2024 Topps Chrome Football Blaster Box, number 25. A mystery crate spot being given away, and 10 free spot giveaway as well within the Blaster Box break. So we only sold 22 spots outright. Almost half of you are going to get extra spots. Top 10 after 1 and a 4, 5 times. Good luck. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. So Justin, Alan, Ryan, Matt, Austin, and Alan. Extra spots after 5 going your way. Congrats. So these rooftop symbols next to your name will designate that these are your winning spots. I like to keep track of whether that comes in handy for people or not. There are the teams right here. No combos. Now, second of 3 dice rolls, we're gonna do the break itself. 4 to 6, 10 times for names and teams. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. And 10 times for the teams. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. We got Seahawks down to Ravens. No trade windows. We're just gonna blast through this blaster and then we're gonna see who's gonna win a mystery crate spot. There's the first half of the list. Here's the second half of the list. Let's alphabetize, print and rip. Now, as it stands now, if you're watching live, we've got 2 full spots and 1 more filler to go. or it could be 2 more fillers and 0 full spots. So we can pivot either way. All right, now let's flip screens here. These are the fillers for the brand new Tier 1 baseball if you want to get into that.
Oh, you mean the drop?
All right, let's see if there's any surprises here. There's a Dylan Nobby, 297 out of 399 for my Raiders. It'll be for Ryan. Ty Law. All right, so nothing too crazy there, but what's crazy is someone's going to get a big mystery crate spot for a fraction of the price. So let's gather everybody's names. Now be prepared, folks. There's only going to be one winner here, the name on top after 4 and a 6. So fingers crossed, pray to the hobby gods. 4 and a 6, 10 times. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. So name on top. First of all, thank you to everyone who gave this a shot. There are going to be a couple more opportunities if you want to give it a go again. We'll get them next time. But this time there can only be one after 10, and that's going to be Justin. Congrats, Justin. After 10, you got a big mystery crate spot for a fraction of the price. Congrats. We'll see you in that hopefully later tonight. JaspysCaseBreaks.com. Bye. Sorry, but we got a little construction happening in the background. Well, don't worry, Terry. Dave Roberts in a pregame press conference said Conforto will definitely still be starting against he's a lefty, right? He'll definitely be starting against right-handers. Just so happens that a lefty's on the mound tonight. That's a true story, Terry. True story. I was like, what? So he's getting the usual, we're facing a lefty night off, but righties, he'll be right in there. I'm sure he'll be the first left-handed bat off the bench, Terry, in a clutch situation. There'll be runners in scoring position, 2 outs in a key moment of the game, and then he'll, no, he's gonna come off the bench, Terry. Don't worry, Terry. Conforto will be off the bench in a key moment in the game. Yeah, that's pretty. The next Manny Moto, right? And that's what Dave is gonna. That's what Doc's gonna turn him into. I can't wait for that to happen in the playoffs. Probably be tearing my hair out. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and pick up some food.
Approach in my mind, which I thought was, so I think early
And my dinner breaks are fairly quick. I only take like half an hour, or 30, 40 minutes, not too long. But I'll be back at 10:15 Eastern, 7:15 Pacific. Back for more breaks. Now, we are closer than you think to a lot of breaks here. That division, no fillers, 4 of 6 left. All right? Let's keep chipping away at the Tier 1. That's a brand new release. If we can get some full spots rolling, we may even be able to cancel a filler. All right, Mystery Crate is getting closer too. 2 spots outright plus the last filler sells it out. Or 0 full spots, 3 more fillers. Your choice. Under wraps, autographed footballs, right? Last filler, no more full spots. I can't even create another filler. 4 full spots and last filler sells that out. That basketball break's been moving as well. 3 full spots, a couple fillers will sell it out. All that info is on the break schedule. That's pinned in the chat. I'll drop it again. Now, obviously, personally, what I would love to see is the brand new release. So first of all, there's that big 18-team random number block. I think there's a lot of value there, even at that price point. You can also win your way in as well with the filler for the random number block. That's the brand new release. Would love to see that tonight. So while I'm away, I hope you guys will start getting your spots. I want to come back to see a lot of spots picked up. I want to come back to a lot of orders, and let's have a strong second half of the show. First half, a little slow. We only did 2 of those blaster boxes. Second half, I feel like we're on the cusp of a big second half. So get your spots going, jaspyscasebreaks.com. Thanks, everybody. Let's do it. All right, gang, this is not encouraging. There's only one order, and we got that 30 minutes ago, and that's Logan getting a spot in the next mystery crate filler, number 26. So, folks, we got to get something going here. What's happened? No one's into the Tier 1? Brand new release. Tier 1's usually a pretty popular product. There's the checklist for Tier 1 right there. And you know where to go to get your spots, get your teams. JaspysCaseBreaks.com. We need your help. Let's get that across the finish line. We've got that blaster box to help fill up the random number block, which will ultimately knock out Tier 1. That number block features 18 teams. A lot of teams. Let's give it a go. All right, there we go. We got another order here. We got Brian going with 5 in the last filler for Under Wraps Football, which is now our last filler. We just have to move 4 full spots and 24 spots in the last filler, which is a Resurgence Blaster Box. That's going to be a lot of fun. So if someone wants to get that going, let's do it. So very quiet day overall, especially for a new release day. But we got enough breaks getting close where we can make a little noise by the end of the night. Right, that division break, which is right here. Only 4 of 6 left. So let's give that a shot. The Tier 1 Baseball, brand new release, just dropped today. We've got an 18-team random number block. There's a link in the chat, and a filler for it as well. I think we can get both of those going. Let's give that a shot. And the blaster box, we're giving away extra spots as well. So that might come in handy when you're trying to win random number block spots. Full spots available as well. The mystery crate is getting closer and closer. Right? We're down to 21 on that filler. In fact, that could be the last. If we get 2 people to buy a full spot each, the current filler will be the last filler. Or we can do 3 more. We can do the current filler and then 2 more and then 0 full spots. So we can pivot to either way. Whatever direction you want to pivot, we can do it. So that mystery crate, a lot closer than you think. And we just talked about that Resurgence Blaster Box. That's the last filler for the autographed footballs. And Revolution Basketball was moving a little bit as well. Here's another one where if we can move 3 spots, we can cancel a filler. And that current filler could potentially be the last filler. So we're right on the doorstep of a number of breaks. I know it seems like there's a lot of hurdles that we have to jump through, and I know it feels like there's a lot of things that we got to do, but kind of take a second look, and you might realize that we're a little bit closer than you think to all of these breaks. So let's do it. There's Brian again. Nice, thank you. 3 full spots in the, or 3 spots in the mystery crate filler. So now that's down to 18. Can't get to the last spot until we get to the next spot, so keep it rolling. I feel like every time someone places an order, you should think about, well, you know what, I'll place an order. Maybe we can piggyback off of Brian's order, you know, and then we can keep rolling. Momentum, we love momentum. We talk momentum a lot here. Would love to get that going.
Half of his season total coming in the last 36 games. Really turned up the slug as the summer has moved along. It's been successful trying to pick up moving first.
Oh, Dodgers Rockies on in the background. Now's a good time. Maybe take a look at the scoreboard, see what's happening out here in the world. And Chris Sale hates my fantasy team. He takes the loss. And 9 strikeouts, so that does help. But Cubs beat the Braves 3-2. Astros beat the Blue Jays 3-2. Tigers put 11 on the Yankees, 11-1. Phillies put 11 on the Mets, 11-3. Tough time for the New York baseball teams. Wow, what a catch by Brendan Doyle. Going behind, glove side, running almost backwards. Could have been a double right there. Royals beat the Guardians 4-3. Orioles beat the Pirates in extras 2-1. Angels over the Twins 4-3. Diamondbacks over the Giants 5-3. A's beat the Red Sox 5-4. Rangers beat the Brewers 6-3. And then games in progress, Rockies at Dodgers, Cardinals at Mariners, Reds at Padres. We'll keep an eye on those. Rays at White Sox. White Sox up 6-5. Jamar Chase killed me too. My receivers were Tyreek Hill, Jamar Chase, and both of those guys did not do much. And Jamison Williams was my wide receiver 3. So tough days. They should bounce back though. They should be fine, but didn't help me in week 1. Chris, what's going on? I think the White Sox could be, they've got some sneaky young talent on there with like Kyle Teal and Colson Montgomery and Miguel Vargas is back and Chase Meadroth, so on and so forth. If they get a little pitching, you know, they might, I guess they had Garrett Crochet, but might be an interesting team in the next couple of years or so. Yeah, Brian, thank you. Yeah, I was surprised, I'll be honest with you. It has been a long time. So the last couple coaches were Antonio Pierce for a season and a half and Josh McDaniel. So Josh McDaniels. Mike McDaniel, Josh McDaniels. Anyway, I couldn't believe like, oh, here's an above average quarterback in Geno Smith. Here are, second half adjustments were being made. I was like, what is it? Timeouts being called at the correct time. Timeouts being called, at the appropriate time. Good, decent clock management. Second half adjustments. There's still some holes. The Raiders still, offensive line looked a little shaky. Ashton Genty's going to have to learn how to find his own way through that offensive line. I think that'll just be a challenge, growing pains for him. Raiders secondary is going to need a little bit of work. It'd be nice if Max Crosby had a little bit of help. But Raiders linebackers are okay. So it should be at least a competitive season. I don't know how many games my Raiders are going to win, but I think at least it'll be fun to watch. The Antonio Pierce Raiders were a little difficult to watch. They would jump out to big first half leads, but they wouldn't be able to hold on to in the second half. Both offense would disappear, defense would get gassed. But it was good to kind of see the flip side of it. All right, there's Chris, who's going to get the Reds in Boys of Summer. Nice. Let's keep chipping away at that. We just loaded up that fresh case not too long ago, a couple nights ago, so still a lot of teams left there. Impeccable's up there too. If you want to join Chris and Boys of Summer, there's the link right there. Brand new release, Tier 1, if anybody's interested in that. We've got that blaster box to win spots in the random number block, which will ultimately help sell out Tier 1 baseball. First case. Got the case on the table ready to go. Hoping we can get to that tonight. Yeah, week 2 speaking of football, week 2 is almost, is there panic already? What's our week 1 overreactions? It's always good week 1 overreactions. Dallas actually looked okay against Philadelphia. No Jalen Hurts, or Jalen Carter probably helped. We'll see what the long-term effect of no Micah Parsons will be. Chargers looked good. Michael Penix looked pretty good. We like seeing that. We want our young quarterbacks. It's always good for the hobby. Cincinnati doing their whole we're going to start slow thing. I think at least under the Joe Burrow era, it feels like they've always started the season off a little slow. I guess the last couple seasons they've started off 0-2, 0-3, but yeah, I was going to say at least you got the win this time. You don't mind a slow offensive start just as long as the W is there. Joe Flacco looked okay. Is it panic time in Miami? I don't know. I feel like we'd have to get, I feel like it just looks like Tyreek Hill and Tua are just rusty. They didn't look right. I think they'll score more than 8 points next week. I think they should be okay. We talked about my Raiders. New England play calling got a little conservative in the second half. That's Josh McDaniel. I feel like that's kind of his calling card. So I think a lot of Patriots fans are angry that that they almost felt like New England. I mean, I think the Raiders made their adjustments, and I think Patriots took the foot off the gas, and that combined that resulted in the W for the Raiders. Cardinals look solid. Spencer Rattler looked okay too. That's good for the hobby. Spencer Rattler being decent. Nice little shootout in New York. That Pittsburgh Jets game was fun. Justin Fields looked okay. I mean, it took a 60-yard field goal for the Steelers to win. So who knows how different the storyline would be if Justin Fields actually got the win. So that's something to monitor in the upcoming weeks. How long before Jackson Dart starting games? That did not look good. Russell Wilson still the QB week 2, but I don't think they have an easy schedule. Yeah, they're at Washington, at Dallas, another tough divisional opponent. Then they're home, but they're facing Kansas City. They're facing the Chargers. You know, you get maybe a little bit of a break at New Orleans, but then you're facing Philadelphia, going 2 Mile High, facing Philadelphia again. You know, like you might have full strength Niners by the time you get to week 9. I mean, this is a tough schedule actually. They've got a lot of tough games. Oh, they got the NFC North rotation. That's one of the reasons. So their division is hard enough, and now they have to play NFC North. That's a tough year for the New York Football Giants. When you start them, you have to start them. Chris says 2 weeks or less. So maybe, probably ideally a home game, right? Or maybe against New Orleans. You want to have them get at least a week or 2 before you face someone like Philadelphia. And then go to Denver and then face Philadelphia again. Yeah, I know. The hope is that he doesn't get rushed and then like ruined. I feel like a lot of people think like maybe guys like Anthony Richardson was, they rushed him, and I think he's now a little kind of broken. I mean, ideally, you just have Russell Wilson wear it until like the bye week, and then you make the change and let Jackson Dart start the last 4 games when, the Giants are kind of eliminated from playoffs or whatever, But I think guys are fighting for their jobs, right? Like Joe Sheen and Brian Dable, I don't know what his contract was. Yeah, I guess they're going to come back for a 4th season, but this might be it. And when that happens, sometimes you get desperate and you start throwing young quarterbacks out into the deep part of the pool. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. We'll see. But for the hobby, I hope that they don't rush him and ruin him. I mean, if Dable maybe had another couple of years in his contract or so, you almost would be like, let Russell Wilson wear it until they're eliminated from the playoffs. Maybe you try to get a top seed and then see what you got in Jackson Dart the last handful of weeks. We'll see. I guess since we're on the subject, it's worth looking ahead to tomorrow. Week 2 starts tomorrow. That should be a good game. Commanders at Packers. Let's see. They're both 1-0. I feel like both teams look pretty good. That should be a good matchup. That should be exciting. Jaguars at Bengals. Bengals minus 3.5. I think Bengals should be okay. Yeah, we talked about Giants at Cowboys. That's going to be a tough road matchup. Bears at Lions. It's going to be kind of crazy. Someone's going to be 0-2 here. Lions should be able to take care of business. Bears kind of sputtered the second half of that last game. Rams at Titans. That Rams defense is pretty good. They held a pretty good Texans offense to under 10 points. Did not expect that. It's something to monitor, but I think the Rams are looking a little bit better than the Rams defense might look better than we think. And Matthew Stafford's back seems fine. Cam Ward looked pretty good. I think he'll be competitive. It's good for the hobby. Patriots at Dolphins. Someone's going to be 0-2 there as well. So Dolphins need a big bounce back spot. Niners at Saints. Niners missing George Kittle. Niners probably going to miss Brock Purdy. And Niners are still road favorites, minus 3.5. The Saints plus 3.5. Sounds pretty good to me. Bills at Jets. I feel like Bills should be able to take care of business there, but Jets seem a little more competitive than we thought. Seahawks at Steelers. Looks like Sam Darnold's still trying to. And the rest of that Seahawks offense is just still trying to get comfortable. Aaron Rodgers looks solid. Could he be turning back the clock for a little bit? Browns at Ravens. Always a classic matchup. One of those teams are going to end up 0-2. Probably not the Ravens. Flacco revenge game. Broncos at Colts. Denver should be able to take care of business. Daniel Jones looked pretty good. Let's see if that's a situation to monitor. Carolina's at the Cardinals. Cardinals look solid. Eagles at Chiefs are going to be that's a fun game to watch. And then the Monday night game, or the Sunday night game, is Falcons at Vikings. Penix looked pretty good. Hopefully he keeps that up. So did JJ McCarthy. That'll be a nice little quarterback matchup, young quarterback matchup. And then 2 Monday night games. Buccaneers at Texans. And then Chargers at Vegas, at my Raiders. Which should be a nice, fun divisional matchup. That's your week 2. All right, ladies and gentlemen, so what should we do? Maybe we can get something going by the top of the hour. If you take a look at the break schedule that's pinned in the chat, scroll down a little bit, you'll realize that we're a lot closer than you might think on some of these things. That division is only 4 spots away. We're only a couple fillers and some number block spots away from unlocking Tier 1. That mystery crate's even closer. If we can get some full spots going there, that current filler could be the last filler. The underwrapped football break is down to its last filler. If we move a few full spots, we can get that finest basketball to its last filler. The division break does not require a filler. Remember, we can't get to the last spot until we get to the next spot, so someone get us started, help us out. We can keep chipping. Let's chip away at Boys of Summer Baseball. Let's chip away at Impeccable Baseball. Let's keep chipping away at those under wraps autograph basketball breaks. That's a lot like the football break. So I know there's not a lot of quantity on the site, but there's certainly a lot of quality on the site, in addition to a big brand new release. Maybe we can get something going by the top of it, even if it's just a filler box. Let's start there. I know our goal is to make it to the main break, But let's not worry too far ahead. Let's worry about right now. Let's worry about getting another filler box or something knocked out. Right? So maybe that blaster box for the Tier 1 random number block could be a place to start. Right? Maybe that mystery crate filler. Right? That's definitely an option right there. You know, maybe that Resurgence filler, that's the last filler. Right, so let's get that going. You know, there's only 11 left here, and I could post the next filler after that. And that'll help sell out that case of finest, which, if you're keeping count, that is our last case. We don't have any more finest to post after that. So that would be great to get knocked out. So that's what's on the website. That's a run through. Let's get some spots going. Let's get some breaks across the finish line. Let's have a strong second half of the show. First half a little quiet, but we got a lot of things really close to Breaksville. So second half, which we're in right now, we're 40 minutes into the second half of the show. Let's make it a good one. Let's finish some things off. Let's dig deep. Let's make it happen. I know we can do it. I know we can do it. There you go, Mookie. That's a double. That's going to score with Honey. That's a 2-out RBI. 2-out rib. Mookie's not had a good season, but he's heating up the last month or so. Hi, Justin. No, we don't have any Panini 1 football at the moment. Teddy might have some Panini 1 football for personal breaks though on the IG. But we don't have any available for group breaks, unfortunately. You have Panini 1 football available?
Yeah.
Yeah, Teddy has some available for personal breaks. That's on Instagram Live.
Sign boxes over there.
Chicken so juicy. Vinaigrette so tangy. Super green so super green. New Fresca salads from El Pollo Loco.
But it's fantastic to see the offense continue to do what they started last night. They were sporadically doing it in the 2 victories as they broke their losing streak, but now they look like an offense that is really functioning. And the amazing thing about the guys getting healthy and the line getting longer, when you start to move Teo down and start putting Sandy Hawkins down and Edmonds down there, Iggy's down there, if they can't really get more contribution down there, they don't get the 4th or 5th at bat. So they start to gain confidence. They go 1 for 2 in a row. They go 1 for 3. They don't get the 4th at bat. And their average starts to change. Their contribution and their mental state starts to change. When you're at the top of the order, those first 4 slots, sometimes 5, you get the 4th and 5th at bat. Now you go home to 1 for 4. Or 1 for 5. A certain level of ability and confidence and swings can take those 4 guys. The guys in the bottom, they can get a lot of positive vibe just giving you 1 contribution.
On the corner before he's kicking them inside of some of these, but I think it might be the last.
The guys that have done a good job of filling in, waiting for things to get healthy. But as far as building momentum, you want your office and players, everybody in the organization agreeing about putting on the field. It's a nice time to get it. The payoff pitch inside corner, called strike 3. I'm gonna get out on a limb and think that if he gives Jumbo Jets away, the way these guys have been striking people out, it's ridiculous. 12 guys for 9 innings on what, the last 6-10 starts. Struck out at least 12
All right, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, we are a lot closer to Breaksville than you might think. It might seem like there's a lot that we got to do, but there's not. Take a look at this Topps Chrome Baseball Mega Fanatics exclusive break. It's a 5-box random division break from a fresh 20-box case. No fillers for it. All we got to do is find 4 people, get 1 spot each, and that's across the finish line. That Tier 1 is getting close too, especially if we get some help with the full spots. Definitely worth it. 18 teams involved in that random number block. You can try to win your way into that random number block as well. That's a pretty good value. Right, that is only $40 a spot. $40 a spot, chance to win an extra $40 spot. If you have 2 spots, you could win 2 of the 3 random number block spots. That's a $700 value. Just for $40. I feel like that's worth a spot or 2. So let's make that happen. Then we've got that mystery crate's even closer. If we can get 2 people to get a full spot each, then all of a sudden that current filler becomes the last filler. Or we don't even have to move the full spots. We can just move the current filler, 2 more, and we're done. Right? And there's a 10-spot giveaway as well. Someone left the door open. Bugs flying in here. So we're only selling 22 of the 32 spots outright in that football blaster box break. That's going to help sell out the mystery crate. We're very close to getting that mystery crate done. Mystery crate, remember, if you're wondering what's the big deal about the mystery crate, we're chasing a $4,000 Bo Nix PSA 10 Blue Ice Prism out of 99, Pop 7. That's pretty nice, actually. little bit of a slow week 1 for him, but he had a really nice season last year. I'm sure with the weapons that he has and the coaching staff that he has, I'm sure he'll be fine. This is definitely a high risk, high reward break. Just keep that in mind. It's a 14 spotter. The ceiling is 4,100. Floor is 130. But you can kind of mitigate some of that risk if you try to win your way in through those blaster box. So we can do 3 of those, knock those out pretty quickly. Remember, we're only selling 22 of the 32 spots outright. That means almost half of you are going to get extra blaster box spots, and that's what we like to see. Under wraps autograph football, that's also close. That's down to its last filler. We don't have any more fillers to post, no more full spots to take out. Just 4 full spots, last filler, the Resurgence blaster box break, then we're done. We rip open 2 full-size autograph footballs, and it's Fanatics under wraps, so it's pretty high quality stuff. Checklist is awesome there as well. Big fan of the checklist. And we can play a little trivia, a little who am I. We love playing trivia with those memorabilia breaks. And then we talked about that finest basketball, right? If we move 3 full spots in finest basketball, we could cancel a filler, add 5 more spots back in, or we can finish off number 3, which is only 11 of 20 spots left, load up the next one, and then number 4 officially becomes the last filler. So we can pivot that way as well. So there, like I said, a lot of close breaks. And that's only 11 left. Let's get it into single digits and let's load up another one. We can declare it last filler and then those 3 full spots would be it. Or we can move 8 full spots and just do that current filler. Either way. So we're right on the doorstep of getting these breaks done. We're on Breaksville. We're on the highway to Breaksville, right? We see the exits coming up for Breaksville. They're just ahead. We're almost getting on the exit and getting into town and checking into Breaksville and unlocking some breaks. So let's do it. JaspysCaseBreaks.com. Thanks everybody. Alan, there we go. Alan gets 2 spots in the filler for the mystery crate, trying to breathe some life back into that mystery crate. Now we're down to 16. Sweet 16, let's get it down to Elite 8, Final 4, and then last spot mojo. What happened to my Dodgers game? All right, so who wants to piggyback off of Alan's order? Right, so this is the stage of the evening where we really got to start picking up the pace and really start helping each other out, because in about less than 10 minutes, we're going to be in the final 3 hours of the show. And then we'll quickly get to the final 2 hours of the show, the 4th quarter of the show. Final hour of the show could sneak up on us really quickly. So let's do it, gang. Someone follow Alan. And let's get some breaks done.
score in the 8th with 2 outs was 1-0 Padres. The Reds scored 2 runs with 2 outs. 2 runs late last night against closer Robert Suarez. A home run for Tyler Stevenson, the catcher. Cincinnati take that contest. 1-1 to Freddie Freeman. That's 14. Leadoff error the second, and the third baseman Kyle Karras. And then the Dodgers put the bats to work. Pushing 4 runs across in 1 inning against Kyle Karras. Still a lot of first pitch strikes. The Dodgers have good passes on. 7 strikes to go. The team gets ahead. He's been spinning on the other strikes. Used to the 50,000 people that are watching it. It's not like a minor league rehab. Getting back under the bright lights. With the fun of a winner loss at the end of the game that matters. That's a lot of what you miss. As a check you see, you can't hold it.
Anyone want to help out Alan? Trying to breathe some life into some of these breaks here. All right, well, look at this. Nick trying to breathe some life into this evening. So now we took 10 spots out of the Resurgence Blaster, which is the last filler. So we're only selling 22 spots outright. So let's get that done. The Tier 1 filler is also a 10 spot giveaway now instead of the 5. So Nick doubled that up for us. Oh, double up, So that means we're only selling 20 spots outright and we're down to... Right, that's not right. So we should be down to 17 on that because we sold 3 spots. Right, so Ryan got the first 2 spots in that blaster box, and then Austin got a spot in that blaster box. So 3 spots are gone. Our Rex is asking, anything really sick come out of Tier 1? We have not done a single Tier 1 case yet, Rex. So, to be determined. There could be some sick stuff in there. I don't know. I don't know if it's there or not. Yeah, and there's Alan. Alan needs your help. He was the most recent order 10 minutes ago. It's already been 10 minutes since Alan placed that order. See how quickly time can fly by. So he got 2 spots in that mystery crate filler, got it down to 16. So now we're giving away 10 spots. I think we were giving away 5 before, but now we're giving away 10. So by my count, that should bring us down to 16, yeah. So we're on track. So if you're just joining us, 16 left in the crate filler. Now we're giving away 10 spots. Same with the blaster box. Now we're giving away 10 spots. So 17 left in the Tier 1 random number block filler. And of course, we still have full spots available in that 18 team random number block, but at least that blaster box could help you win your way in. And 10 free spot giveaway here. And that's down to 14. So it's a football break, right? So all 32 teams, it's a 32 spot break. We pulled 10 spots out. So we're only selling 22 spots outright. Before we even start the blaster box break, we'll randomize those 22 spots, and top 10, almost half of you will get extra blaster box spots. Then we randomize you a team, we do the break itself, and then we randomize out a full list again. Top 6 will get into that under wraps autograph football break. So you can try to win your way. And it's only 14 bucks. I mean, this one should be the first one to fill. That's only $14 a spot. Take advantage of the extra giveaways, and we fill a break. And then all we got to do is move those final 4 spots, and then we're done. We're in Breaksville. That's right, yeah, unlawful, Rex. People just aren't into that Tier 1 today. But it can get done. We got time to do it. I want to do it, you want to do it. Let's dig deep, let's get into it. All right, let's put some bat signals out here. This is probably our last chance for these bat signals here. Now, as always, if you want to help us out in a different way, instead of buying spots, you can follow us on social media and And, you know, share that post with your followers and try to put a couple extra eyeballs on here. Maybe we get some people to get some spots. Word of mouth is a huge thing for us. Spread the word, spread the Jaspy word. All right, same with the Resurgence box. We have a 10 Resurgence NFL Blaster box spot giveaway.
Redemptive revenge type exterior with
Chance to win extra Blaster box spots. Chance to win your way into Under Wraps autograph football. We're live streaming now, we can break it now. And finally, another 10 spots being given away here.
fastball for a strike to Carroll's.
Do you need a couple of Panini One footballs?
I do not know.
I'm gonna put them on the shelf.
Great, thank you. Yeah, we have loose box of that Panini one, but I don't think we have any more cases for group breaks. All right, win extra filler spots, 10 of them, and our filler for the Tier 1 random number block. A chance to win 3 on RMB spots, which is $350 each, I believe, right? Yeah, $350 each. Live now can break now. So again, if you want to help us out in a different way, follow us on X, and you can support us that way by sharing those posts with your friends, your family, your followers, your coworkers, even your enemies, if you want to, just as long as they're buying spots in our breaks. Yeah, the Nationals have interviewed, yeah, I think they've interviewed a number of, or at least reached out to talk to a number of executives. I don't think it's weird to be announcing that before the postseason. I think the general rule of thumb is you either do your business before the postseason or after the postseason. But I don't think it's an actual hire, right? I think they're just talking. But usually, even the talking is kept a little under wraps, pun intended. But I guess it was announced or leaked. There you go. Eugene just got 8 in the Resurgence filler. In the Resurgence blaster box, which is the filler for Under Wraps autograph footballs. Wait, why am I missing a slot there? All right, so Alan got the first 2. Brian got the first 2. And Alan got a spot. And Brian got 5 spots. And there's Eugene's 8 spots. Nice. All right, and there's one more order for Eugene, I think. Yeah, from Eugene, who gets 3 spots in the Tier 1 random number block filler. Excellent. Joining Ryan and Austin there. All right. So mystery crate filler holding at 16. Resurgence down to 6. And then we just need to move those full spots. And then the Tier 1 blaster, the filler for the random number block, is down to 14. All right, let's keep it rolling. Let's finish the night strong. I mean, did they say it was actually an interview? Was it an actual interview, or were they just, or did they just, I mean, a lot of times the wording gets a little overblown. They could have just called somebody. The Nationals could have just called the Cubs and said, hey, is he available to interview? Sometimes the semantics, the wording is important here. Maybe they just talked on the phone and people are calling it an interview. Oh, so the National interviewed Cosmetic. All right, maybe it was a proper interview then.
San Diego, the Reds hang on and beat the Padres 2-1 to clinch that series on the road. The Dodgers lead the National West, rose by a half game, pending the result here. The Reds had the bases loaded, 1 out the top of the ninth, trying to push a 2-1 lead. Could get another run ran. There's 1 run in the bottom of the ninth. Padres led off with the double.
And I think they've been at least contacting or interviewing a number. I think they talked to a Dodgers executive. Yeah, usually stuff like that's under wraps, but I guess someone leaked it. Listen, GMs could get fired at any time, you know what I mean? The shelf life of that job isn't too long for most of these guys, so I think a lot of times you're always at least fielding opportunities, listening to what other teams have to say. Yeah, it's that time of year. I'm sure there'll be some GMs fired. I mean, Nats are looking for a GM. They could try to get could just try to outspend other teams. Hey, we'll give you, 25% extra money, more salary, extra years. We'll give you private jets to fly on. We'll promise you this kind of payroll. This is what we're looking for in the future. You gotta make your sales pitch. Nationals did switch ownerships a number of years ago, and maybe they're finally at a point where they're like, hey, let's freshen things up. Let's maybe try to put more on the payroll. Yeah, I mean, I think that it's more interesting. I'm wondering who leaked it. You know, I mean, usually these things do happen, Rex, but usually they're not announced. It's kept more private. Could be a nationals issue. How do I feel about Pete Carroll being there? In Vegas, you mean? We're in Los Angeles, but Pete Carroll's in Las Vegas. I'm a Raiders fan, but we are here in LA. I like it. I thought it was a good move. He kind of brings a lot of experience and a lot of know-how to a Raiders organization that doesn't have those things. Didn't work with Antonio Pierce, didn't work with Josh McDaniels. You know, those guys are not equipped to lead a team, to head coach, let alone be the CEO of a franchise, which is Pete Carroll's built up USC. Pete Carroll's rebuilt and set a good foundation for Seattle. You know, so, you know, we're, as a Raiders fan, I'm hoping he'll establish the same foundation here over the next few years. And I think he wants to win now, you know. No, I follow them to Vegas. I'd rather wish they were here in LA like they were in the 90s, but, you know, I'm kind of stuck with them. If they had moved any further east than Vegas, I don't know if I'd be a fan anymore, but they're close enough to LA where I can still kind of claim them somewhat geographically. But yeah, still a Raiders fan, still, and definitely happier now that Pete Carroll's there. Seems to be saying and doing all the right things, you know, just feels different. I think Mark Davis is kind of selling off slices of the team, like to Brady and some other investors, and I think he's staying a little more hands off and maybe not getting as involved in personnel decisions and coaching hire decisions, GM decisions, stuff like that. And so I think that's been a lot better as well. Yeah, I mean, you know, every once in a while, you know, the YouTube algorithm will tell me to go look at Bo Jackson highlights, and they're pretty incredible. I mean, if you didn't get banged up, right? That hip issue, I feel like you could have played a little more football. But yeah, overall, I mean, you know, I think the expectations for the Raiders are not very high in terms of win-loss records. They are for Pete Carroll, I think. I think he's definitely said, hey, I'm not rebuilding, I want to win now. Which is great. I think for fans, I don't know if the expectation's that high, but I think we're happy that he's on the team and kind of steering the team in the right direction and setting down the groundwork, the foundation. By the way, if you're just joining us, ladies and gentlemen, we got a number of fillers where we're giving away a ton of spots, right? There's 10 blaster box spots being given away in the crate filler. There's 10 resurgence spots we're giving away within the autographed football filler. That's down to 6. That's only $14 a spot. That should be sold out now. And then we're down to 14 on this filler right here, which is going to help fill up the random number block. A 10 spot giveaway in that Topps Chrome blaster box. Hopefully those extra little incentives will help. Yeah, that hasn't been since maybe prime Derek Carr, where we've seen someone air it out like that. So yeah, the last few years have been pretty bleak, and then try to make the Garoppolo experience work. That didn't happen. Trying to get the Gardner Minshew experiment to work. That didn't happen. And I don't think the coaching staffs were empowered to get the best out of Gardner Minshew. But obviously, Pete Carroll's worked with Geno for a long time, so I feel like I feel like at least the offense will be, at least the Raiders will be watchable. Last season was pretty rough. Bad play calling, bad clock management. Even if they do jump out to a first half lead, second half slips away. It's just crazy. Just competent coaching and some upgrades here and there help. Raiders still need a little help in the secondary. I feel like they still need a little offensive line work. But yeah, so they're going to need a little bit of that, or at least just for those guys to get better throughout the season, because I don't know if there are going to be any magical additions that are going to happen. So it just has to happen internally. But if that can happen, yeah, this is probably, you're probably right. This is probably the best quarterback since Rich Gannon in the early 2000s. This is a long time. There were some Derek Carr years that were solid. He had a little bit of a peak that was pretty decent. But the year or two that the Raiders did go to the playoffs, that one year the Raiders were actually really good. Derek Carr got that back injury and knocked him out of the first game of the playoffs. I forget who he had to start, but it didn't work. See you guys.
Telling the girls about my Alzheimer's diagnosis.
We're going on these lights and everything, right? Well, lights are since the Brady fumble, yeah. Can't believe he's... See ya, Teddy. Can't believe he's a minor owner of the team now. Love Brock Bowers. He's basically a wide receiver. Actually, that reminds me. Brock Bowers on the injury report? What's... I guess just a day-to-day on the injury report, maybe? I guess he's officially questionable. But I guess Bowers is downplaying the knee issue that caused his exit. Yeah, I guess people, you know, he's suggesting that he could have come back, wanted to come back, but I think by the time the fourth quarter rolled around, the Raiders were in pretty good shape, so. I think it was one of those, if it was the playoffs, he would have come back kind of situations. All right, ladies and gentlemen, once again, if you're just joining us, time is flying by. It's gonna be, we're at the 30-minute mark already. In 15 quick minutes, we'll be very close to the final quarter of the show. Now, I hope, you know, it's been a pretty quiet day today. We've only done the 2 blaster boxes. In fact, I forgot to upload number 25. So that's it. That's a pretty bleak day, especially for a new release day. So I hope we can kind of finish this evening strong, because we've got 3 breaks that we can do tonight. I mean, with only 2 blaster box being done, we essentially have not done anything tonight in terms of a main break. Those are just little pieces to get to a main break, but we have not done a main break. And time is running out. Now, the good news is, though, that we've got a lot close to the finish line, especially the autograph football break, right? The Fanatics Under Wraps autograph football break. The filler, the last filler, is only 6 spots left, and that's $14 a spot. I mean, that we can get done right now. So 6 left at $14 a spot. You can try to win your way in there. And once that last filler sells out, just 4 spots away from getting that done, I'll bet those 4 spots would move pretty quickly if that filler disappeared. Right? And the mystery crate filler down to 16. Right? If we get a little help with the full spots, that current filler would be the last filler. Or we can just load up number 27 and then take out another spot. And maybe by then someone will grab that last spot and we'll make number 27 the last filler. That's how close we are to the mystery crate. The Tier 1 is a little bit further away, but we can get that first filler done pretty quickly. 14 of 20 left, then we can load up another filler, and maybe that'll get the needle moving on those full spots. If it doesn't, then we can create a third filler and take out 3 spots out of there, and then it would just be 1 full spot remaining. We'd get that across the finish line pretty quickly. And I mean, I think we even have a shot at getting the bat. Listen, I think, so those 4 breaks that are on the site right here, I feel like we can get all 4 of those done tonight. Like, I feel like the Resurgence should go first, right? Then we can probably move another blaster box here, maybe move another blaster box there, move another blaster box here, and if we can get those done soon, we might be able to sell out the break. Nice, Eugene, thank you. There's Brian with 3 spots in the mystery crate filler. So that's now down to 13. And there's Eugene with the final 6 spots in the Resurgence filler. So he's got the last 14 spots there. Thanks, Eugene. Thanks, Brian. Thanks, Alan. Thanks, Brian K. So now all we got to do, so you can see how this is going to change right now. Give me a moment here. So now that this is no longer a filler, that changes, the color changes. because I usually use that color for breaks that don't require a filler. Let's slide that up to the top right there. Oh yeah, and I forgot the division break. That's only 4 spots left. That's another break we can do tonight. So that's the good news. The good news is we have a lot of breaks right on the cusp of selling out. We love it, Brian. We've got a lot of space here. It's just kind of crazy. When we moved into our previous shop, we just never thought we would run out of space. We went from a 900 square foot place to a 3,000 square foot place. And that was such a huge jump for us. We're like, there's no way we are running out of space. You know, a handful of years later, we were definitely maximizing all the space that we could. So that's been excellent. You know, we've just been figuring out the quirks of a building that's new to us. So there's some electrical stuff that we've been kind of fiddling with. There's been a little bit of plumbing issues that were not revealed before. But we're kind of getting those all sorted out and just still kind of unpacking from the move, getting ourselves organized, you know, and then kind of taking stock of it. So we're slowly gearing back up, getting back into our normal routines, which is good. But overall, I think we're all quite happy with where we're at. And I think the other thing is that we have so much space. We have our parking situation is so much better that we're going to be able to have more events, which I think we're looking forward to. That means we can try to start getting some athlete signings happening, stuff like that. Trade nights. You know, maybe if like Topps is having a release event, they could use our space out here in LA. Now let me go grab that Resurgence blaster box. So yeah, we're liking it. Thanks for asking. Hopefully bigger and better things from here on. Hi everyone, Joe for JaspysCaseBreaks.com coming at you with a box of 2024 Topps Resurgence Football. It's an 8-pack break, it's a blaster box, random team number 6. We've got a few different dice rolls happening here. First of all, we only sold 22 of the 32 spots outright. 10 of you are going to get extra blaster box spots. Then we'll do the blaster box itself. That's our second dice roll. Third and final dice roll, giving away those 6 Fanatics Under Wraps autographed football spots. Guess what? This is our last filler. We only have 4 full spots to go in the break itself, and then we're done. That's it. So get after it, jaspyscasebreaks.com. Big thanks to this group for making it happen. Eugene going big on some spots. Brian, Allen, Brian K. also helping out. Thanks everybody, appreciate you. So here's our first dice roll. Top 10 after 6 and a 1, 7 times. Good luck. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and a 1. 7 times. So this group right here, Eugene, Brian with a Y, Eugene, Brian A, Allen, Eugene, Brian, Ashley, Eugene, all extra spots going your way after 7. Let's pop you right there. And then you'll get these little rooftop symbols. We'll let you know that those were your winning spots. I like to keep track of how those winning spots do. All teams are in. This is our second of 3 dice rolls. Now we're doing the break itself. 4 and a 6, 10 times for names and teams. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 10. And 10 times for the teams. 1. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. We got the Jets down to the Bills. And here's the first half of the list right here. No trade windows in these filler breaks, and here's the second half right over there. And now let's just print and rip. And folks, if you're watching live, like I said, all we gotta do is move 4 full spots. And remember, 1 spot gets you 2 teams. And that's it, then we break. All right, let's see who we got here. Drew Brees, I don't think that's numbered, but that will ship. All right, and there's a Jalen right back there. All right, nothing too crazy here, but let's flip back to the list right here and gather everybody's name. Let's see who's gonna win their way in to that under wraps autograph football break. New dice, third and final dice roll 3 times, 3 easy times. Top 6 after 3, good luck. 1, 2, and 3. So from 7 on down, sad times, but I appreciate you trying. Remember, those full spots are still available. But only the top 6 can get in after 3, and that's gonna be Brian, Eugene. There you go. So we've got Eugene, Brian K, and Brian A. There's your top 6 after 3. So there you go. Now we just got to move those full spots. So let's get that done. JaspysCaseBreaks.com. Bye. You know who the GOAT would be, Rex? The GOAT would be the person that sells out under wraps autographed footballs. That's the GOAT. Thanks, Yannick. No, it wasn't that bad. Hassle, though. Now, we've not gotten a main break done today, ladies and gentlemen. I am desperate to do a main break. We've got to get at least one thing done here. Otherwise it's been a pretty bleak day. So, but we can unbleak this day pretty quickly. That's the thing. That's where the good news is. So help us out. We can easily turn this day around, and you can help. You can be part of the solution here. Sorry, Rex. I just don't feel like I deserve a chance to just kick back and chit chat when we've had this bad of a day. So, someone help us out. Let's get something full. We've done a few blaster boxes. That's it. That's not going to keep the lights on here at Jaspy's. So who's going to help us out? So no more fillers for this. We just need 4 people to grab a spot each. And then we're done. And then once we get that done, maybe that'll finally get some people, maybe move the needle for some people and get people thinking about some of the other breaks that are super close to filling. Right? That 5-box division break, only 4 spots left, no fillers. The autographed football break, 4 spots left, no more fillers. We got to get that done. Right, we're even pretty close to getting a mystery crate done. We can even get that basketball break done. We're really close to a lot of things. We can at least get one more blaster box done here. And if we can get it to that, we might be able to squeeze in a Tier 1 baseball break before we're calling it a night. But in 15 quick minutes, we're going to be in the 4th quarter of the show, the final 2 hours of the show. We really got to start moving some things here. So if you're here, if you're hearing the sound of my voice, let's help me out, help each other out, help your fellow collector out. Grab some spots on jaspyscasebreaks.com. Thing is, even though it's been a pretty quiet day today, we can still make a lot of noise in the final 2 hours of the show. Because we do have, these 2 breaks don't even require a filler at all. We can get that done. Right? And then we got a chance at the mystery crate, chance at the finest basketball, so we've got some other breaks that we can get done as well. I mean, really, I think we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of these breaks loaded up here, right, that have fillers attached. I think we can do all of that tonight. We still have a chance to do it. But I need you. I need you to step up, dig deep, and try to get these breaks across the finish line. That's the only way we can do it. I know everyone likes to say, hey, Joe, I'll help out, I'll grab some of the last spots, but we won't ever get to those last spots if we don't get to the next spot. So who wants to get the next spot? And then we'll find someone else to get the next spot, and someone else to get the next spot, so on and so forth, until we finally finish a break. Let's do it. And grab a little more hydration. And we'll try to finish the night strong. All right, we've got nice Yannick. Woo! Gets 2 spots, 2 full spots in the random number block for Tier 1. Man, I would love to get that done tonight. But yeah, Yannick's gonna need some help. So we're down to 2 here. Now, here's the if we can sell out 2 more spots, I can actually cancel that filler and put 3 spots back in. There's a good chance that we can move those spots, and then that becomes the last filler. So if there's any other high rollers out there who want to take a chance at some of the bigger spots there, let's do it. Or if we sell this out first, then 12 automatically becomes the last filler, because there's no more full spots that I can pull out to create a filler. This is only 14 spots away. And I'll tell you what, I'll run back that 10 spot promo again, where we give away 10 blaster box spots. I'll do that again for the next one. So who's gonna help out Yannick? He's helped out big time by getting 2 full spots. So there's 14 left in the filler for the random number block. We're only selling 20 of the 30 spots outright. Half of you are gonna get extra spots. Half of those 20 spots that we sell are gonna get extra blaster box spots. That's gonna give you better odds to try to win your way into that Tier 1 random number block, and then we get a new release across the finish line. Who wants to help us out? Listen, in less than 10 minutes, we're gonna be in the 4th quarter of the show. Boom, and then Yannick also gets 4 spots in the filler for the random number block, joining Ryan, Austin, Eugene. So he can, that's a good strategy. Get a full spot, maybe try to win your way in as well for a fraction of the price. Now we're down to 10. Look, Yannick is breathing life back into this Tier 1 break. He's got CPR on this Tier 1. Who wants to help him out? So we're down to 10 here. So we're down to 10 in the filler for the random number block. As soon as that sells out, I can load up the next one and declare it last filler. And then we just had to find 2 people to get a full spot each. And then full case Tier 1 done. That's how close we are. It's not that far away. And here's the other thing. If we can get that to the last filler, that gives me an excuse to put out another bat signal and say, hey, last filler loaded up. And we can help each other that way. So let's do it. We need all hands on deck here. If you're saying to yourself, well, I already have a team in Tier 1, listen, help us out. Dig deep, grab a spot in the filler, in the blaster box at the very least. I'm not asking you to grab, that 18 team random number block spot, although if you do, that'd be nice. But even if you're in the pick your team break itself, and remember, that's an 18 team random number block, so there's not a lot of you that pick their teams in Tier 1. But if you did, thank you. Maybe you could help us get this done tonight by grabbing a blaster box spot at the very least. And here's how close this break is to filling. It's this close, right in front of your faces right here. And this one's one of these are almost done. 10 spots left in a blaster box. Then I can load the last filler and then we can sell that out. Full case of the brand new Tier 1 baseball. I mean, it was looking like we weren't gonna get this in tonight. But with Yannick's help here, I'm feeling a lot more bullish about it. Even more bullish now that Brian just picked up 2 spots. Now we're down to 8. Sooner we can get this done, the sooner I can load up last filler. 8 left. And we can fire off the single digit siren. Down to 8, went from 10 to 8, which is great. Now everyone should be on it. So we got some momentum here, ladies and gentlemen. Let's keep it going. Listen, every minute that goes by, it gets harder and harder for us to fill the break. So we got to start acting now. Thanks everybody, keep it going. Link is in the chat. Like I said, if we can sell those 8 spots out and I load up the last filler, we'll put it out on social media that it's our last filler, plus the 2 number block spots, and we'll put the bat signal out there again.
What a great thing to hear as a dad.
People like seeing last filler.
Concentration. Yes. But of course, you know, they're going to report.
There you go, Eugene's gonna get 2 spots. Gets us down to 6. Thanks Eugene, thanks everybody. Let's go, who wants to get the next one? So we're down to 6 now. I like this momentum here. I like this. Who wants to keep it going? I got Yannick, Brian, Eugene stepping up to the plate. Who wants to keep the hit parade going? You know, like a relay race. You know, like we pass the baton off to the next person. Who wants to do that? Oh yeah, we got something in the sports top 10. We get in there every once in a while.
Visualizing it with your wrist pattern and with your make pattern to get you into a tighter formation. Next 20th pitch of the 7th inning. This is inside, and that's his second one.
Maybe we can get a top 10 hit out of that tier 1. We can start by getting this filler done. We got this down to 6. Then we can post the last filler. We're right there.
Where you want to give these guys room to find it, because if they do, they can carry you.
Yeah, I think that's another big aspect of these last 17 games. Obviously, first and foremost, just winning games and solidifying that postseason position. But for the Dodger bullpen specifically, it's a two-way street of confidence. And who's going to ascend up the trust tree, so to speak? The coaching staff. It has been a really grueling year in a number of ways for Michael Kopech. And what we saw last season, what sort of weapon he can be when he is right healthy and confident.
I think they all have the potential to be significant contributors.
One strike on Braxton for the first and second line. Stays a little bit. Time really is on deck for the Pirates.
Yeah, I know we got 17 games left in our the National West, but there's a long-term plan here.
It's another walk. Michael Kopech, who's walked the bases loaded in the 7th. So that'll bring the tying run to the plate. And that's going to be a pinch hitter. I assume it's Mickey Mooney. So that's going to prompt Dave Roberts to come out of his dugout. And move. This fires another. Now he's basically going to try and clean up this mess in the 7th when we come back.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are in the fourth quarter of the show. What are we gonna do here? Gaming Guru, what's going on? So that Topps Chrome, what breaks in that? You mean this blaster box break? So this blaster box break right here, that blaster box sells out. So actually, let me show you this way. So that Topps Chrome blaster box will do that break like it's a normal one box break, right? So here's the one box break. We'll do this like it's a normal one box break. At the end of the break, I'll re-randomize everybody's names, and 3 people are gonna get random number block spots, those $350 random number block spots, which will ultimately help sell out a full case of Tier 1. So these are our giveaway breaks, right? So just like a normal break, actually we're only selling 20 of the 30 spots outright as well. So 10 of you will get extra blaster box spots, which will give you better odds to win the 3 random number block spots. If we do number 11 and number 12 and move 2 full spots in the 18 team random number block, that sells out Tier 1 baseball. Yes, exactly. So we take the price of the number blocks and then we bake it into the price of that, divided by 30 spots, right? So then it's like, instead of, so some people don't want to spend the $350 to buy a number block spot outright, but there are a lot of people who'll be willing to risk $40 to try to win a $350 spot. And then we spice it up a little bit, give away extra blaster box spots as well. Now, no worries, Guru. I know. Sometimes at first, you know, and a lot of other breakers have different variations of this, so it's always good to ask questions to make sure you're clear on what's happening. So if we do break 11, which is only 8 spots away, actually. Check that, only 6 spots away. Let me update that. All right, that's only 6 spots away. If we get this knocked out, right, one of these knocked out, then I can load up the other one. And then we sell out those 2 other number block spots, which I'm sure if we get these 2 done, the 2 number block spots that are left, I'm sure someone will pick them up. Then we break a whole case of Tier 1 baseball. But, ladies and gentlemen, we're running out of time. We're already in the 4th quarter of the show, already 8 minutes into the 4th quarter of the show, and our last order, we haven't seen an order in the last 15 minutes. At that pace, we are not going to get this done.
He's got a challenge at the plate. So we don't flip. He is trying to make contact, give himself a chance. Still on the chase, breaking ball, foul off the strikeout.
Good job, Alex Vesio. All right, and okay, here's another thing. If we want to get something done that does not require a filler, that Topps Chrome Baseball Mega Fanatics exclusive 5-box division break from a fresh case, by the way. 4 spots left, no filler. That Fanatics Under Wraps autograph football break. That's 4 spots, no filler, sells it out. That's it. That doesn't require anything other than 4 spots being snapped up. So that's a way you can help out as well. We can get those breaks done. Nice. Michael just picked up the Phillies in Tier 1 number 2. Obviously, we'll be working on that as soon as we sell out Tier 1 number 1. So if you want to do a break that does not require any additional activity, right, that would be the under wraps football break right here. 4 spots left. No more fillers. That's it. Just those 4 spots sells it out. 5-box division break, easy. 4 divisions left, no more filler. No filler. I don't think we even did a filler for this. 4 left, no fillers. That sells out that division break. So that's something we can do right now. Listen, I've only done 3 blaster box breaks today, which you know, we'll be honest, that's not a good day for us. But we are on the cusp of making a bleak day into a good day. Especially if we can get these 2 breaks done and then maybe that Tier 1. Or we can even pivot to that basketball break, which actually shouldn't be too hard to fill either. Especially with that filler being halfway there already. Tier 1 will require a little bit of work, but if we dig deep, we can get it done. I know we can. We've seen it before. We've seen far more expensive breaks sell out in you know, in shorter time than this. But we got to get something going. We got to get a main break going. Like I said, throughout you see it on the break schedule. I only did that blaster break and that blaster break and that blaster break. That's it. Now I appreciate the people that got us there, but we need the rest of you to get us across the finish line on some main breaks. The filler breaks are nice, the main breaks are even better. And we got 2 breaks that don't even require fillers that we can do right now. So I need your help, ladies and gentlemen. Who's going to help me? Not even me. Don't even help me. Forget about me. Think about the fellow collectors that have already placed their orders already, that have gotten their spots. Help them out. Help out Michael Johnston. Help out Eugene, Brian, Yannick, you know, Alan Murdoch, Chris, so on and so forth. Help Justin. You know, help those guys out. You know, not as important as the people that have been working on this. There you go. Shane is going to throw his hat into the ring. Gets a spot in the Tier 1 filler. Now, if we want a chance of getting that done tonight, let's get this current one done so I can load up the last one. And if I can load up the last one, which Shane got us down to 5, I can declare last filler on social media and try to get some more people in that way. So let's help each other out. Remember, these 2 breaks up top, right, do not require fillers. We just need 4 people to get 4 spot each there, 4 people to get a spot each right here, and then we just go directly to the break. All right, Matthew Lane's gonna snag the Jaguars in Origins 6. That's a big team off the board, thank you. That's been a little slow going, but I feel like we'll catch some momentum there. And the Ravens in number 6. I think Jaguars Ravens still available in the first half, number 5. Matthew, if you're looking at getting them in the whole case, but you have them in the second half of the case. So remember, Shane just got this blaster box down to 5. Let's fill it up. Let's sell it out so I can post another one. And then with a little luck, we'll get to a full case of Tier 1 tonight. Tonight. Remember those under wraps autograph footballs, 4 left, 1 spot gets you 2 teams. So it's not $70 for 1 team, $70 for 2 teams, so 35 bucks a team. But if you think about it that way, it's not so bad, right? No fillers required there, no more fillers on that one. Same with this division break. It's the Mega Fanatics exclusive. Just 4 divisions left, sells out the break, 5 boxes from a fresh 20 box case. And of course, don't forget about the Tier 1. Shane got it down to 5. And that's gonna help sell out the random number block. So who's next? We got some momentum here. We need a little bit more. We got some wind in the sails. I can feel that momentum. We need a little bit more. And remember, like I said, if we can get this sold out as quickly as possible and I load up the next one, which is going to be the last filler officially, I could put that out on social media and try to push it out that way, and we can try to get some momentum that way. But look at this, time is slipping by. This keeps on slipping into the future. We're at the 17-minute mark right now. You know, we can probably slot in our next break at the bottom of the hour. Only 5 spots left. And then as soon as we can do that, sooner I can load up the next one, last one. Let's do it, boys and girls. We're right there, right on the doorstep. I'm throwing Kirby 8s out there, huh? We are tantalizingly close to breaks, Phil. 4 of 6 left here. 4 left here in those under wraps autograph football breaks. Play a little trivia, and a couple of you are going to stumble into some full-size autograph footballs, which are, I think, a cool thing to add to the collection. And of course, you know the quality of Fanatics under wrap autograph baseballs, football, basketballs. We do have basketballs available on the site too. This is down to 5. We can load the last filler as soon as those final 5 spots sell out. Remember, we're only selling 20 of the 30 spots outright. Half of those spots are going to get extra blaster box spots. That extra blaster box spot could come in real handy at winning a random number block spot at $350 value. All right, we can keep working on mystery crate fillers. There's finest basketball. Those are some alternatives as well if the baseball doesn't do it for you. So there's a lot of options, folks. take advantage of it on jaspyscasebreaks.com. We're already at the 20-minute mark, 20 minutes into the fourth quarter of the show. Final 2 hours of the show is the fourth quarter of the show. I mean, we put in a lot of work today, but we did not get any main breaks across the finish line. We did get a few blaster boxes done, but now we just need to carry some breaks across the finish line. Who's going to do that for us? I know it's the middle of the week, you know, but you know, I feel like our school districts everybody's back in school. I know, middle of your work week, all that sort of stuff. But if you're here, if you're hanging out, you're here for a reason. You want to see some breaks. You want to help us out, and we'd appreciate you helping out with some spots. Come on, we've only done 3 blaster box today. We have the YouTube stream has not done their part in keeping the lights on at Jaspys today. So let's help out. Let's get some breaks across the finish line. I feel like we got a great chance at doing that tier 1. I really believe that. You know, and if you believe it, buy some spots. Right? That blaster box is pretty much done. We got 5 spots left. Then I can load up the next blaster box. Then once we knock those 2 out, I'll bet those 2 random number blocks that we're waiting on, I'll bet those will go twice as fast. So you might be thinking, we still got those 2 spots left. But you know what? Don't worry about that. Right? The high rollers are out there to pick up those spots. They just don't want to wait for those 2 things to sell out. So let's sell these 2 things out and let's put the ball in the court of the high rollers. And I'll bet we'll get that done sooner than you think. Now for the under wrap football breaks, we don't have to wait. 4 people, 4 spots, and then we break. 1 spot gets you 2 teams. 4 of 6 divisions left. That's something that doesn't require filler or any additional hurdle. Just 4 spots, we break. Mystery crate, we can do another mystery crate blaster box, get 1 step closer. And with that, if we sell this out, I could take another spot out here and create filler number 27. And then with last spot mojo, that could be the last filler. You never know. And of course, we got basketball as well. That Revolution basketball break, that blaster box is down to 11. As soon as we sell that out, we can post another one, the last filler. And then we might even get that across the finish line tonight. All of these are possible. The basketball is possible. The mystery crate's close. Tier 1, I know there's a lot of text there, but tier 1 is a lot closer than you think. These don't require fillers. I just need you to help me and each other, more importantly. Let's go. Don't give up now, not while we're this close. Don't give up. I know Matt picked up Origin spot 10 minutes ago, but yeah, it's already been 10 solid minutes since Shane got a spot and got us down to 5 on that Topps Chrome Baseball Blaster box. You know, that 10 minutes can turn into 20 minutes, could turn into 30 minutes really quickly if we don't watch out. Grab a spot. Help keep the wind in our sails. Let's get to Breaksville. Look at that. We're right there. That schedule is pinned in the chat if you want to keep an eye on it. We're right there. All right, we got an order. This gets me excited. Thomas, nice. Thomas gets 2 in the mystery crate filler. Let's do another one of those. That's down to 11. Let's get it into single digits. Let's post another filler. And remember, this also, we're giving away 10 spots. We're not even selling the full boat of 32 spots. We took 10 out to give away. So we're only selling 22 of the 32 spots outright. Before we even start the break, we're gonna take all 22 names, randomize them, top 10, get extra blaster box spots. That's gonna give you better odds to win a mystery crate spot. Thank you, Thomas. Who's gonna be next? Who's gonna help us out? Who's gonna keep the wind in the sails of this boat, sailing to the safe harbors of Breaksville? Let's do it.
Games tomorrow, they're going to have double headers, they're going to have a championship game on Sunday. So, I had a speaking engagement before the game, and one of the questions was about Sherwood. Like, is it absolutely amazing to see somebody be elite on the mound and elite at the plate and being MVP caliber in those categories? And I said it's like playing 2 sports on the same field. That's how an accomplishment is. You know, it'd be like being a Hall of Fame running back and then switch over to basketball. The 3-point shooting guard on a world championship team that you're the MVP of. He is playing 2 sports on one field. And it's crazy how good he is at that.
Yeah, Steven, so Dave Roberts was saying that he's actually going to be scheduled to pitch in that Philly series back here in Los Angeles. Of course, we just knew that look at the schedule that he might have an outing in San Francisco this weekend. But Dave did confirm that they are going to ultimately push him back to that Philly series, but no decision just yet on the exact date for his next start, guys.
If we just get 2 spots moving in this right here, 21 bucks a spot, chance to win extra spots. If we get that into single digits, that might pick up some pace here.
Shohei is doing it on the same field, but it is 2 different sports to be a big league hitter and a big league pitcher at the ultimate elite level. Both.
Two fillers, Yannick. These 2 spots, break 11 and break 12. I mean, break 11 is basically done, so I would even argue that it's just number 12 and those 2 spots. That's it. Right here on the table. 2 of these, and then 2 number block spots. Done. Full case of Tier 1 in the books.
Both sides of the ball that he's using.
You know, don't worry about the people in the chat because there's usually a lot of people window shopping. Let's take a look at our website analytics. We got 19 people on the site browsing around. If they start seeing those spots left numbers tick down, they might notice that as they're browsing around. 21 people on the site now. Right, we got people in the Long Beach area here. We got people in San Jose. We got people in Oregon, Seattle area, Dallas checking in, Kansas, Omaha checking in. We've got someone in the middle of the mitten in Michigan checking in, Chicago area checking in, North Carolina. There's still some East Coasters still awake. North Carolina, Maryland, right? We got some people in the New York area, Long Island, maybe, yeah, Manhattan, Connecticut, some Boston as well, Boston area as well. You know, someone checking in the New Orleans area. We got a couple dots in Hawaii. It's not too late for the people in Hawaii. Yeah, so there are people browsing around. They're on the site, visitors right now. Now, I don't usually worry about the people on the site or people in the chat. I worry more about what are the numbers looking like on the website. Now, right now, there are people browsing around. A lot of times they'll buy spots and then check in, or they're keeping an eye on the schedule and they'll know when to check in when something sells out. When something sells out, viewer numbers tend to tick up, convince them to get some spots while they're here, and we keep that cycle going. So for those of you listening, for those of you who are here, jaspyscasebreaks.com. And let's hope we got some of those visitors on the site right now. Hopefully the window shoppers will turn into buyers. And then we'll get to Breaksville. We're already at the 30-minute mark. Maybe we can get something going by the 45-minute mark. Now remember, there are 2 breaks that don't require any additional thing at all. The division break, 4 left. The under wraps autograph football break, 4 left. That's it. No fillers. We can just do that. We can schedule that right now. There's no like, hey, we got to do another thing. Hey, we got to. No, that we can just do now. Four spots. Then we add it to the schedule. We break. Easy. If you want it, the breaks are there. We got to get something going. It's getting later and later. And it's, I mean, we're tantalizingly close to getting a break knocked out, a main break knocked out. I've only done 3 blaster boxes today. That's it. You know, I should upload that Resurgence box. You know, that does not help keep the lights on at Jaspy's, I'm afraid. You know? So, I'll be blunt with you, today has not been a good day for us. But it could be a good day because there are at least 2 breaks that we can do right now with no fillers. And with a little luck, a couple other breaks that we can get done. Mystery Crate Tier 1 that we can get done if we dig deep a little bit, and we've got the time to do it. You know, as long as spots are selling, I'll even stay late. I'm always happy to stay late. As long as spots are selling and as long as things are filling. If you dig deep and you stay up late, I'm here with you to dig deep and stay up late with you and break with you.
He doesn't need 4 effort now to the opposite field. He just needs to beat it with that approach. Waiting on another 2-2.
So I'm here for you, ladies and gentlemen. I am at your service. Put me to work. I want to work. Put me to work. Help me out. Help each other out. Help yourself out. Let's try to get something in the mail for you. Oh, wow.
not speed ball. Did the off-speed pitch get him that much sting out of his bat? He must have touched the glove. And he does.
Ah, it did.
So that loads him up for Mookie Betts.
Let's go, Mookie. Blow this open.
That's one way to get him to not hit a home run with his bobblehead. Just hit the button, but there's a full for sacrifice, I think. The Dodgers left the bases loaded in the 6th. They're up 4-0. They have to squeeze in 8 on base tonight.
All right, we got Josh. What does Josh want to do? Mystery crate. Excellent. Gets a full spot there, gets us down to 10. Who wants to get us into single digits? Whatever the next order is, I'll put that up on the main screen.
The lead is 2-0. This is low outside ball 3. Shot that they just swing here from shot. They also play every green light if it's the key ball, which would be air.
So this is the filler for the mystery crate. Who wants to get us into single digits? Oh, go Mookie. That's a granny. Pitcher's yelling into his glove. He hates it. Mookie loves it. Crowd loves it. 8-0 Dodgers. If this is a lead even Tanner Scott can't blow. All right, gang. Who wants to hit a home run here? Got 10 spots left. We can get another mystery crate spot down. And here's the thing. This might be crazy to say, but we might be able to get this done straight up. Or get this mystery crate in tonight. Because as soon as this sells out, I can take one spot out and create break 27. At that point, someone might just grab that last spot mojo, and then all of a sudden 27 becomes last filler, no more full spots. And I'll bet it'll sell pretty quickly after that. So believe it or not, good things can happen if we can get this done, if we can get this sold out as quickly as possible. Let's do it. Let's make it happen.
Reaching their hand into my wallet and just helping themselves to serve them. And Spectrum now. So savings come on.
New customers with real savings. To see how much you can save, visit spectrum.com/save.
If you're living with HIV, do plan for tomorrow. Do consider how you stay undetectable. Do learn what's different about tomorrow. Do honor is a complete HIV treatment for some people. Do find out how many medicines
It's a good time to have Shibi. Kirby Yates' reaction after that grand slam. That must mean Kirby called it. I think he called it in the bullpen as Bulldog called it up here in the booth. I've given up enough to know when they're going to swing. So we're going to let me do the humble brag thing, just brag. Good swing.
I need one person to get this into single digits. Single digits looks a lot better than double digits. 10 left. Just one spot away, $20.99. You know, you may stumble into another $21 spot with these extra blaster box spots given away. Gives you better odds to try to win a $600 mystery crate spot. Imagine getting a $600 spot for 21 bucks. I could spend $21 on scratchers and not have the same odds. Not have the same odds to get a $600 back. Nice tail with a solo homer, back to back. I hope this is the get right spot. The Rockies can always help a team get right. And if the Dodgers can get right here, especially, you know, the bullpen, if they can have a clean inning here, get a nice shutout, would feel a lot better going into that Giants series. Matt Arnold, there's an order. Nice, Matt, thank you. Gets a spot in the mystery crate filler, gets us into single digits here, and gets a spot in the Tier 1 random number block filler. That's another spot down. Now we're down to 4. So this, we finally got into single digits. Nine left on that, and I can't believe we've been stuck on 4 here for so long. We're stuck on 5 until Matt finally got us down to the final 4 spots. So your attention please. We are in single digits on the mystery crate filler. 9 left, 10 spot giveaway, big mystery crate spot giveaway. Your attention please. The Tier 1 random number block filler. We gotta do one more of these. 10 free blaster box spots, and then we're giving away 3 of those random number block spots. $40, 4 left, sells it out. Sooner we can sell this out, the better chance we have of getting the last one sold out and those 2 spots gone in the final random number block, and then breaks filled. I know it's getting late. We're in the final hour and 15 minutes of the show. But like I said, if you're digging deep and grabbing spots with me, I'll dig deep. I'll stay late. I'll do these breaks. You sell that out, I'll do that break. Sell that out, I'll do that break. All right, sell that tier one, I'll make it happen. Mystery crate, done. Let's do it. If you dig deep, I will dig deep. And we'll work together. We'll stay up late together. You know, even on a school night, we'll stay up late together and we'll get some breaks across the finish line. Really want to get it done. You know, we can easily turn a very quiet day into a very loud day very quickly. So get your spots, get your teams, jaspyscasebreaks.com.
Ice forward. Don't drive distracted.
Your entertainment the way you want it. With Spectrum TV, all these streaming apps are included at no extra cost. So you can watch anything. Movies, series, sports, reality, news, exclusive originals, and more of your favorites with live TV. Stream across your devices and enjoy anywhere you're living. Get it all with Spectrum TV.
I understand the clock is ticking here. You know, the next time slot we have is at the top of the hour, the final hour of the show. But look how close we are to getting breaks done. 4 left in that division break. 4 left in the Fanatics Underwrapped full-size autograph football break. 4 left in the blaster for the Tier 1 random number block. Single digits here, 9 left in the blaster box for the mystery crate, Topps Chrome Football. Right, we're almost in single digits on a blaster box for Finest Basketball, Breakers Delight Edition. In fact, I've even with just an hour left in the show, I feel like we can get all of these breaks done tonight. It may not seem like that to you, but you know, I believe that we can break. You know, we got some other believers as well. Matt Arnold, who just picked up that a spot in each of those Topps Chrome blaster boxes, football and baseball. He believes. Believe. Grab a spot. Or 2. Tell your friends. Tell your family. Tell your coworkers. Tell your fellow collectors. Let's see what we can do. Let's get some spots going.
figuring things out early to do it. I know these games are such high value. These last 60 games every night as far as the National West, as far as the playoff picture. But in some ways, they are high value games that are being treated like spring training, getting ready for the postseason. I don't mean to devalue the games, but the mindset is to get into the dance and get into the dance with the most pieces on the roll. And that is near the very top of the roll list. Rangers up 9-9, 1-2 pitch. Since totally skips away from work at the 2 points, it could be a different priority list on a daily basis. Like 3 days from now, all of a sudden you get beat by the Giants and you're tied for the National West. It's different. But when you have a little breathing room and you see the schedule and you know where guys are and what opportunities you need to give them to find it for the dance, you got to have that in your priority list of getting guys ready. Bond is 2-2. This is outside for count. Andrew Friedman and Randy Gold's Dodger front office has said several times throughout this season they have a chance to take their most talented pitching staff in October that they have ever had in this regime. There is a lot of talent battling for finally number of spots. So it is strike 3 for the number 2 in the night. So that's another thing to keep an eye on these last 2 weeks and change. Yeah, you're going to get a few outings to show that you've got it together or continue your hot streak. But yeah, everybody continues to audition. One more out to go. Pitching in for Maxwell Crawford for 1 more. Good catcher.
All right, good job, Dodgers. Took care of business against the Rockies. Maybe get that offense right. Get the starting pitching right. 3 games ahead of the Padres now. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're 5 minutes away from the top of the hour. Now, I'm sure we can move those 4 spots right there in the next 5 minutes. Get it scheduled for the top of the hour. Let's do it. 4 left, final 4 spots. We're only selling 20 of the 30 spots outright. $40 could help you win another $40 spot because half the spots are going to get extra spots. I mean, you've got 2 spots. You could win 2 of the 3 spots. So $40 could help you win a $40 spot and help you win $700 worth of random number block spots. How crazy would that be? I think that'd be pretty awesome. Gets us 1 step closer to Breaksville. A Tier 1 is possible. Tonight, even. You may not think so, but just think about it. 4 spots left in that, 1 more there, 2 spots there. Done. We're ripping a case of Tier 1. Could happen that fast. But it all starts with someone getting the next spot so we can get to the last spot. Where are our closers? I feel like a lot of people are like, hey, Joe, if it gets close, I'll get a spot. Well, we need you now. It's close. 4 left. Link is in the chat. Takes you there. takes us right here, and eventually there. Come on, let's go, let's do it.
Four hits tonight for Mookie Betts, including that 7th career grand slam. Let's send it inside because Kirsten Watson is standing by with number 50.
Well, Mookie early this game, it was up against Kyle Freeland. You had yourself a couple hits against him. There's obviously some familiarity, but what were you seeing from him that just gave you the edge in those at-bats?
One of them was luck, so we'll discount that one. But the other ones, I just got some pitches out of the plate. He made a couple mistakes. That's some good swings on it. I thought we did a good job applying pressure all game. Kind of forcing it out of the zone, and when he was in his zone, the team hit the ball really well.
Didn't stop there. You of course have the grand slams against Molina. I know how your approach has been just one day at a time. How rewarding have these results been, just considering the hard work you put in this year to get back to where you used to be?
It's exciting. It's really exciting to know where I was and where I'm at. A lot of growth in between, and I'm just happy to help the team. That's genuinely all I care about.
You guys have had 4 straight wins. You sweep this series against the Rockies. When you look at just how you are playing right now, you've gone down on track. How would you describe it?
I like this very small. This is the game we know how to play. Just have to continue to do this, even through the bad games. We just have to continue to know who we are and show up every day ready to win.
Key thing of this series was guys coming back, being healthy. What does it do just having Alex Garcia coming out of the bullpen, slow situation, getting those 2 strikeouts?
It's huge. I mean, this has been amazing for us all year. And so when he went that ball went out, that hurts a little bit, but having him come back and doing what he's been doing all year, I mean, he didn't miss a beat, getting Tommy back, getting Moss back, getting those guys back. I mean, it's kind of what we envisioned from the beginning, and now it's come full circle.
Folks, this is the closest thing to breaking right now. 4 left here, and then we've got single digits in this. This one's a little bit less expensive, but 9 left here. We're in single digits on the crate filler. And the filler for the Tier 1 random number block down to 4. And we're already at the top of the hour. Maybe we can get something going by the 15-minute mark. We still got an outside chance of getting Tier 1 and the mystery crate done tonight. We have an even better chance of getting the division break and the under wraps football break tonight. No fillers there, just 4 spots left in each of those, the final 4 spots. Then we break. No additional thing we got to do, no fillers hiding there. We can get it done right now. So underwrapped football, 4 left, no fillers. Division break. Topps Chrome MLB Division Break. That's Mega Box Fanatics Exclusive Edition from a fresh case. 4 divisions left. No fillers. Those we can do right now. There's no additional thing we got to do. We got time to do it. I want to do it. They're not long breaks. They won't take up too much of your evening. I know it's getting late, but we're down to the final hour of the show. And we got a lot of things close. Let's get it across the finish line.
The trend continues, and we've already been through the rotation once now fully, where they all pitched well. And the trend has been going up for the Dodgers starting staff. We'll try to keep that rolling against the Giants. We'll see you Friday night in San Francisco.
Thanks, guys. Here is what is ahead on the calendar. 6 huge games that will impact the playoff race. 3 in San Francisco this weekend against the Giants, and then Monday the Dodgers back home for the final homestand of the season. 3 games with the Philadelphia Phillies who are chasing down the Brewers for that top seed in the National League All games right here on Sportsnet LA. Dodger Ricardo Blake still continues to score the streak against the Rockies. 6 more.
really sweet. They were here the same day, had it set up within an hour, and I was online ready to go for my class. You know, I have to be able to be online at 5 a.m. when the office opens, and if I'm contacting a nurse via email or just over online, I would expect them to be able to be possible. Spectrum is reliable, they're committed, fast, and they really take care of me as a business owner. Last year, when the really bad hurricane came through, our internet stayed the entire time. One of the businesses down the street, she was like, wait a minute, how are you still online? I was like, Spectrum, baby. You don't need Spectrum.
Get award-winning internet for your business up to 4 months free. Visit spectrum.com/business.
Gang, we got a lot of things close. We're down to the final hour of the show. We got 4 left in that division break, no filler. 4 left in autographed footballs, 2 of them, no fillers. 4 left in the filler, then we could post the last filler. And then we're in single digits on that mystery crate filler. We can load up another one after that. I mean, these 4 breaks we can do tonight. At least the fillers we can do tonight, and then we can post the next ones, the last fillers. That'll go a long way in helping us get to, I mean, maybe if we're lucky tonight, but definitely help us get there a little bit faster tomorrow. These we can do right now. No need to wait for a filler or anything like that. Just 4 left in each. Help us out. Let's make that happen.
Just kind of showered, stretched a bit, was ready to go for the other. After we finished his bullpen, and was met him on the bench, tried to get his speed for months away. I really talked to him that much, even this week. So just trying to make it a little bit so he controls very good, fantastic job. Just trying to press it.
What are you seeing from him just with his style, how he's playing, trying to get through that 104 pitches, just kind of getting up there?
Confidence. Just a confident man up there. Knows what he wants to do. His faith in all his pitches. He's got full abilities. So it's a tough day to play with these on. Spun it. Changeup was really good. Put him in a good place. Fastball was just fastball. Fantastic job.
With what you've seen of the starting pitch, just the last week, what's your feeling on as you guys go forward here against San Francisco, twice in Philadelphia?
Yeah, the sky's the limit of this group. I mean, Star's leading the charge here. I've seen this week. I mean, there's sky's the limit. Everyone got plus stuff. These guys are confident, they're hungry, and it's about to we're ready to go.
Well, Adrian, this is exactly why they say if you stay ready, you never have to get ready. And Ben Warren finds out, like all of us, that Will Smith was scratching right now in the game 10 or 15 minutes before first pitch. He went out there, caught a shutout, had a couple of knocks. He was certainly ready, even if he was still a little sleepy.
He's definitely ready. He has shown the ability to go out there and really catch some dominant pitchers and be able to call a dominant game. He's been out there doing some incredible things behind the plate, and I really feel that the staff is so confident throwing to him because he gives him a great target, he calls a great game, and he just has that ability. We talked about it yesterday, you know, here and there, that he reminds us of that Tiger Blanco. Just a guy that can really call a game, give the pitcher a really good target, and then catch those balls the right way. So what he's done is incredible.
It's fun to watch. So we almost forgot that Will Smith wasn't behind the plate. That's how well he did back there. The game plan is still the same game plan. All you have to do is be able to show ability to simplify, and Ben is athletic enough to block. There's no doubt to block a lot of balls, especially this now when he gets ahead with a breaking ball. So to have a backup catcher really have that type of depth in that position, it is key. And he didn't miss a beat because I thought the sequencing, the pitch receiving, the front game call was absolutely elite. So that was a great time spot because he needed to start getting some victories, and it was big time. Right from the top, but they finish off a sweet home for the Colorado Rockies, and that run of Mookie continues. Dodgers sweep Colorado. They're going to have themselves a super happy flight to San Francisco. Reactions right here. Access Sportsnet Dodgers is brought to you in part by Lexus. Experience amazing.
If you are living with HIV, do chase a dream. Do consider how you stay undetectable. Do learn what's different about Devado? Devado is a complete HIV treatment for some people. To find out how many medicines are in your pill, most HIV pills contain 3 or 4 medicines. Devado is as effective with just 2. No other complete HIV pill contains fewer medicines than Devado.
It is unknown if Devado is safe and effective if you have HIV and Hep B. If you have Hep B, don't stop Devado without talking to your doctor. It's make it worse or harder to treat. Don't take Devado if you are allergic to or agreeing to taking the pill due to seriously life-threatening side effects. If you have rash or allergic reactions, symptoms, stop Devado and get mental health right away. Other seriously life-threatening side effects include severe liver toxins and mind cancer. If you're thin or obese, you may be more at risk. Tell your doctor about your medicines or supplements, medical conditions, liver or kidney problems, pregnancy, breastfeeding, or planned pregnancy.
Do move forward. Do ask your doctor about fewer medicines. Do Devado.
I'm more than relapsing MS, and I want to spend my time my way. I chose Kesimpta because it works for me.
Ooh, we got an order in.
Kesimpta is a meso treatment that gives you the power of proven results.
There's Yannick with 4 spots in the Topps Chrome Baseball Filler. Selling it out. Nice. All right. So here's what that triggers here. We're going to add break 12 in. We're going to keep that same 10 spot promo going as well. I mean, it's kind of crazy, but I feel like we can still do this tonight. Especially with the extra spots, the extra giveaways. The 10 spot giveaways got to help, and that's just last filler as well.
Ask your doctor about starting with Kesimpta for RMS.
Get Spectrum Sports View for only $10 more a month. Go to channel 2495 or visit spectrum.net/sports.
The Argo top-tier stat line, and Shohei Ohtani on his bobblehead night. He scored 2 runs, giving him 131 runs for the season. Second straight year, Adrian, he's topped 130 runs scored. First person to do that since Albert Pujols more than 20 years ago.
That's a lead company right there, being able to score that many runs. That means you're getting on base a lot. So, the 2 seasons he's been having, numbers just keep coming. They just keep coming, they keep piling. He has done so much, and so much fun to watch.
More greatness from Shohei Ohtani. Also breakfast we saw today from a 2-time Cy Young Award winner, Blake Snell. 6 scoreless innings, Lieutenant Cy, and here from Snellville.
Well, thank you. Just that you just got out to 10 minutes before first pitch. That gives me catching for you. For you, just kind of starting with the frame of 10. How did you kind of navigate through that? And just how was it working through this outing?
Yeah, it was for him to he is like he didn't catch me with the first couple of pitches was almost warming up. Yeah, but it was easy. We started figuring each other out, and then as the game went on.
Hi everyone, Joe for jaspyscasebreaks.com coming at you with a 2025 Topps Chrome Baseball Blaster Box. Random team break number 11. Got a few things happening here. First of all, we only sold 20 spots outright in this blaster break. Half of those spots are going to get extra spots. Then we'll do the break itself, second dice roll. Third dice roll will be giving away those 3 Tier 1 random number block spots. That's a $350 value. So there's a possibility that someone could spend 40 bucks, win an extra spot, win 2 of the 3 spots, win $700 worth of spots for 40 bucks. We'll see if that happens. Big thanks to this group for making it happen. Appreciate everybody digging deep. I know it's getting a little late tonight, but thank you. Let's go top 10. After 3 and a 3, 6 the hard way. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. So we got Yannick, Brian, Matt, Yannick, Ryan, Austin, and Eugene. Extra spots going your way after 6. Congrats, little buy one, get one for you.
You're excited for everyone and their success, and you want to add to it. It's happy I could do that. Just really happy with the team.
And as always, we'll put these little symbols next to your name so you know they're from the same or that those are your winning spots, different from your the spots you bought outright. Let's get everyone in there, and let's roll it. Randomize names and teams. This bug flying around. Get out of here. 2 and a 4, 6 times for names and teams. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. No trade windows in these fillers, of course, as you know by now. And then 2 and a 4, 6 times for the teams. 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. All right, there's the first half of the list right there, and second half right over here. It's alphabetize, print, and rip. Now, believe it or not, if you're watching live, we're actually tantalizingly close to getting this break knocked out. We just got to do one more of these, move 2 full random number block spots, then we're done. All right, we'll go 1, 2, 3 for the left side, 4, 5, 6 for the right side, 5 right side. This will be for next time. Let's see what we got in here. Next one's already up if you're watching live. Now I'm down to stay late. You know this. Breaks are filling up late. I'm down to stay late and fill them up. And break them for you. But I gotta see, we gotta work together. I'm just not gonna stay late just to stay late. But if people are buying spots, showing me signs that you want to stay late and break, I'll dig deep, I'll stay late as well. Always down to do that for you. Alright, let's see what we got here. Oh, watch out, filler box. All right, nothing too crazy here, but let's see who's going to win their way in to the random number block randomizer. So let's gather everyone 1 through 30 and everyone in between. Third and final dice roll, and the 3s are wild. Top 3 after 3. Wow, 2 and a 1, 3 times. 1, 2, and 3. Easy. All right, now 4 through 30, sad times, but remember, we got one more filler to go, so I hope you try again next time. Yannick, very close, no cigar. You do have a lot of spots. Let's see if you're still up there. Top 3, happy times 4. There you go, Yannick's in there again, and Eugene up top. So after 3, congrats to Eugene and Yannick, you are in that random number block. And, you know, we got an outside chance of getting it done tonight. JaspysCaseBreaks.com. Bye. We really do.
That was good. Next time we'll go out on a real course.
It's all about connecting with the fastest wireless speeds from Spectrum. And internet customers get 1 mobile line included for 1 week.
So we'll put Blaster 11 next to your name. So we got Eugene and Yannick in there. Let's reset this list. Let's reset here. Let's upload that video.
He was ready to launch
He said, you throw it in the right place. I am swinging as hard as I can. And he connected. What a swing. Look at that. Head down. Picture and swing right there. Love to see that on a movie. And now love to see this right here. Yes. Let's go.
The emotion that blew this game wide open, but just for fun, Teoscar Hernandez followed with a home run of his own.
All right, there it is.
Let's hear from Teo right now inside.
Last filler.
Personally, do you feel like you're kind of starting to turn the corner here a little bit? Hitting some balls really a long ways and hard the last couple of games.
Yeah, it's definitely feel really good. Not bad side, getting better, fighting, that's feel good.
Maybe we can get another blaster box going by the bottom of the hour, around there. Then we just need to find 2 people to get those big random number block spots. And that's it. All of a sudden, we're breaking Tier 1 at the end of the night. I'm excited about it. These we can do right now. While we're waiting for that Tier 1 to fill up, these we can do right now. But for Tier 1, that's it. That final blaster box, 2 spots in the big 18-team random number block randomizer, boom, done.
Well, Adrian, the last couple of days we were here talking on the pregame show about Teoscar Hernandez and the importance of getting him going for the stretch run and into October. Really good signs from the last weeks.
It's great to see results. I really enjoy getting results. Those results give you confidence. Confidence gives you swag. And once you got swag, then you're gonna start covering, pitches all over the place. And seeing the 2 homers yesterday, seeing this home run right here, I mean, that puts him in the place where he's like, okay, I know what I'm doing again. I know I can get results from it. And then once you get that, go from there.
Teo and rookie were happening in the same
Now this would be a heck of a late night rally if we can get another blaster box done now. Remember, we're giving away 10 spots in that Tier 1. Right, 10 blaster box spots being given away. Then we'll do the break and then we'll give away the final 3 spots. Then all we gotta do is move 2 full spots. This is a bigger ask, but 2 full spots. I mean, if we get that filler done, and we twist the arms of some high rollers, some late night high rollers, it could happen. We can get that done. It'd be a fun way to end the night. What do you think? All right, ladies and gentlemen, if you want to keep the night going, now is the time to activate. We're at the 30-minute mark. So we're at the bottom of the hour. Now, we are so close to some of these breaks that I don't mind staying late, especially if we're about to do a break. But we got to show some signs of life now. If we reach like maybe the 45, 50-minute mark and nothing's really happening, then we'll probably call a little bit early, and we'll get back, we'll reconvene tomorrow, and hopefully we'll have some breaks full by the time I go on air tomorrow. That's how close some of these breaks are. Pretty rough day today. We only did 4 blaster boxes, but I think we have set ourselves up for a pretty good day tomorrow. So there's the silver lining there. Of course, we can still end the evening strong. I'm definitely down to do that. Would be happy to do it. Would love to do it. I'll have to get some main breaks done tonight.
You gotta remember your trash bag? Someone took my trash bag.
Your trash can?
Yeah, I don't know what's in there. I think they might have used it for the cleanup probably, but no one ever put it back though. I don't know what's there. Dang.
All right, gang. For those who are digging deep and grabbing spots, I salute you. Thank you very much. Very quiet night tonight, but for those of you who are digging deep, I appreciate your efforts. We did get a lot of breaks close, so hopefully tomorrow will be a banger of a day. We'll be back tomorrow, 3 o'clock Pacific, 6 o'clock Eastern. Cheers.